Hey everybody, this is Cyrock Omega, and welcome back to Europa Universalis 4, playing with the Kaiserreich, Mayub, playing with the Ottoman Empire. Okay. So we're about to get attacked by Bulgaria, aren't we? Like, someone was about to declare war on us or something.
Serbia's going to declare war on Bulgaria, which means you're going to get a chance to declare war on Bulgaria too.
That's right, okay. Is that like by an event?
Yeah,
Okay.
you're going to want to occupy as much of Kardzali and Western Thrace as you can.
Okay.
Those are the two states you're going to be able to take. And even if you can't win the war against Bulgaria, as long as you're occupying them, when Serbia wins, you'll get them.
Alright. Anything else? I want to work on bribing people. Bribery. It makes the government go round. What was it? It was in the decisions map mode?
No, you click on the state.
Yeah. Alright, so I want to look at the ones that are not... Okay, it's the buttons at the top of that thing, right?
Yeah. And the decisions tells you how much support of each faction you have, so you probably do want to look at that too.
Yeah.
So you don't bribe someone that it's worthless bribing.
Mm-hmm. Alright, yeah, I want to work on the conservatives.
Yep.
I've got events that can get me, like... A lot of trees that can get me... I mean, it's the unification decree that I like. Arab nationalists and conservatives. Alright, I think I'll wait on most of this stuff until after this war, you know, so that I have a bit of a better... Or, I mean, I could... There's really no reason not to increase my conscription right now. I've got a lot of political power, actually. Maybe I should go over somebody that actually helps me fight a little bit better, since I'm going to be fighting pretty soon anyway. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm not going to worry about... I've got plenty of time. I mean, it's not like I'm running out of time. Is what... Okay, yeah, I'm unpausing. You good?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, the two states are... Western Thrace and Kardzali, you said?
Yep.
Oop, is that it? Oh! Alright, the federal collapse. It appears the federal government is on its last legs in the American... that's something different than the Austrian Empire fighting Hungary. Already most of the land was swallowed up in American factions. Shocking. Rip MacArthur.
Yeah, the Austrians declaring war on the Hungarians is not uncommon.
Gotcha.
The Hungarians seem to be against this whole democracy thing.
Yeah, that sounds right. Alright, I'm pausing. Hmm. Yep. Hold on. Pause, 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 pause. Involved Denver. Savoyard crisis resolved. 2 days ago, a demand from the Commune of France was telegraphed to the Swiss government. See the province of Haute-Savoie under threat of armed coercion. French characterized their demand as a need to end the persecution of the French population within the province. The Swiss government decided to avoid war and agree, stating that a peaceful transfer of ownership was preferable to bloodshed. This is a victory for the French government, which has already declared the reclamation of Haute-Savoie all Savoy's victory of the world's working class. Syndicalism spreads. Here's the I'll show Hungarians. The Hungarians just have a knack for oppressing everyone around them.
Yep.
They just love doing it. There's nothing more Hungarian than abusing ethnic minorities under your charge. I'm making a joke. No offense to any Hungarians out there that don't. Anyway, alright. Let's go on. Alright, let's get that organization back and we'll be good. Oh, hold on, I gotta pop up here. Education issues in southern Iraq. Troubling reports have reached us from southern Iraq, where parents appear to stop their children from attending the state schools due to fear of Sunni indoctrination. These citizens predominantly follow Shiite faith, are as such obstructing the education of their children and enlarging the social divide between the Sunni and Shia Arabs, as this limits their future abilities. Little has been done by the Iraqi administration, however, as it further plays pause into the Sunni superiority policy. Damn it. Okay. More pop-ups. Stop with the pop-ups, damn it. Little has been done by the Iraqi administration of a significant decrease in Shiite officials. Furthermore, they also claim that without education, these people will remain apolitical as such, forming no threat to their own positions. Encourage further Shiite enlistment. Alright, here we go. Austrian Empire announces support for Bulgaria. On the initiative of Serbia, representative of several countries has convened in Belgrade to discuss the political and military situation on the Balkans. In these 14-day-long event, these singular Serbs, Romanians, and Greeks plot to create a so-called new order in the Balkans, even going as far as to create a 14-point resolution which declares that only the self-determination of people, according to their ethnic allegiances, may be considered a just path to sovereignty and territorial claim. Clearly, the Balkans are restless once again, and the resolutions of the Belgrade Congress will surely be used to justify a common war against Bulgaria and ultimately the Austrian Empire. The Austrians have called for an international arms embargo on the Balkan states to support Bulgaria. Shall we announce our support for Bulgarians as well? I don't think so. I don't think I want to do that. We are uninterested in the Balkans. Hmm. Coalition talks with the DF. Although the Centralists have been unable to gain the support necessary to form a workable coalition, we on our own do neither. Come on, guys. The DF of Kazim Karabakir forms the key to this debacle, as its triumph at the ballots has grown the party substantially to the point that they can now crown themselves kingmaker. Kazim is very well aware of this position and has been playing hardball with our party in an attempt to secure the position of Grand Vizier for himself. With the mind of the Sultan set on our own Sabhattan, however, Arsdan, how's it going, man? He is now willing to negotiate a coalition. The price is high, however, as not only the Ministries of War and Finances would be given to his party, but also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which would ensure strong influence of his party on nearly all shapes of policy. Dang. Pog indeed. Liberia, no! Rip Liberia. Plan is to do the more democratic path. Nicaragua and Honduras. Yeah, basically, we're gonna become the federation of guys. Of, Ottomans, you know. Well, rather, everyone but Ottomans. Well, I mean, there will be Ottomans. Just not completely Ottomans. Can actually go to early mobilization pretty soon. Kinda. Wow, I'm losing a lot of political power, apparently. That's not good.
I think we can try speed 3.
Can try. And there's that. Alright, now I'll get an event to declare war or whatever.
You should.
Fourth Balkan War. Dutch election, who cares? No event yet. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Oh, wait, no. It's something completely different. Reform of the... Okay, sure. Reform of the Ottoman Gendarmerie. After the abolition of the Janissary Corps in the early 19th century, a variety of military organizations were established to ensure order and stability in the provinces of Rumelia and Anatolia. Proclamation of Tanzimat reforms in 1839. These organizations were combined into the Gendarma, Ottoman Gendarmerie. Serving with distinction in Rumelia after the 1908 revolution, and on the battlefields in Anatolia during the Weltkrieg, hiccups. but then rebranded Gendarma Kumandanlingi. The general command has proven its worth and was drastically expanded to the various Arab and Kurdish provinces. One of the issues this brought with it, however, and a complaint from many non-Turkish citizens, was that the gendarmerie, especially the higher positions, almost solely recruited from Turkish citizens, and as such couldn't be counted as a non-discriminatory organization. To solve this issue, the HIF has tabled a proposition to revise recruitment standards and to utilize more Arab manpower in the Corps. This has led to protests from Turkish nationalists who see this loosening of standards as a liability and potential threat to the security of the Arab vilayets should revolts escalate. I mean, we get more Arab nationalists than we lose Turkish nationalists. So, hold on, let's see though. I mean, I have no support from Turkish nationalists anyway. So sure. And this is actually gonna like max. This is gonna max out my Arab support. Like Arab nationalists are all for me. Yo, Exquisite, how's it going, man? I'm doing alright. Just should be getting a war here soon. Hold on, let me just choose a focus first. Yeah, I mean, I've also got zero, since I've got zero Turkish nationalist support, I might as well do the ones that, again, make the Turkish nationalists hate me. Like, because they don't support me at all already. So it's a win-win. Break up state monopolies. Although the HIF primarily pushes for a liberal agenda in the social sense, it is also no stranger to its economic ideals and believes that the large state monopolies set up by the CUP and OHF the last few decades have seriously hampered the economic growth of the Ottoman Empire, stifling competition and innovation. The government now pushes for privatization of these monopolies in an attempt to stimulate the free market. Thus, consumer factories increase? Decrease? Well, max factories per state. That's very good. Yeah, Turkish nationalists won't like it, but they don't like me at all already. Okay.
Well, so much for American influence in China.
Mm-hmm. Not fighting Bulgaria yet. Alright, sorry about your soccer team. Sweden joins the Reichspakt. Education of Gendarma. Throughout the 19th century and the early... the early 20th century, the exact status of the gendarmerie has often changed, with the last decree dating back to 1909 when the organization was put under the authority of the Ministry of War. Recognizing their tremendous success, Corps was massively expanded under the Kemalist regime, but retained its close ties to the military, which made many of the then opposition believe that as long as the two remained united, the Corps couldn't have an unbiased stance. A proposal put forward in 1935 in which their education would be integrated within the War Academy was just barely refused, but shows once more that the intention of the OHF to create a monopoly on security and defense loyal to their cause. solve this potential threat, the Grand Vizier has promised that the gendarmerie be detached from the Ministry of War, brought under the Ministry of Interior, and their training done separate from the main Ottoman army. Furthermore, he also proposes the creation of academies in Beirut, Baghdad, and Aleppo in an attempt to incorporate more Arabs into the corps. Do some army experience or don't. I'm gonna... I'll say that I'll propose... as a proposal passed. Hold on, sorry. Okay. Trouble in Dubai. Tensions have been rising in the Sheikhdom of Dubai and the Persian Gulf as the catastrophic collapse of the civil war in Spain. And Russia fighting a lot of people in Central Asia.
Was inevitable.
Well, what the... Wow. Wow. I hope we'll be alright. Yeah, okay, so, the pearl trade has caused massive shockwaves in a small city. Nakudas. Okay, so, alright. So he will be fine. Hopefully he can still play soccer. Forced to stay in port year-round as competition with the synthetic pearl originating in Japan and saturated the market as an already smaller pie due to the global economic catastrophe. Furthermore, the monopoly on power nations...
Oh, Venice.
Oh, damn it. I didn't think that would just go away. The pop-up went away, and I don't know what... I think I chose... Okay, I guess I chose no. Not to... I don't know what happened. I didn't even finish reading it. Damn this game and its stupid pop-ups. Bucharest, whatever. Jeez, oh god. This game does... It's a freaking novel, this mod. I swear. The power of Panasonicism. I don't want to read it all. Whatever. Like, maybe if I wasn't streaming it, I'd be willing to just read it, but... privatization of state monopolies. Formed in large part during the État period between 1920 and 1931, much of our nation's economy rests in the hands of a few large state companies. As this goes against liberal principles and ruins the possibility of private initiative, the Chamber of Deputies has earlier today voted on their abolition and the privatization of the market. The question remains, however, to what degree we should open this up to foreign investors, as many fear that by ceding control, vital parts of the Ottoman economy could once again fall in the hands of Western powers to the detriment of our people. To remedy this potential threat, they propose that only investors with the Ottoman nationality can partake in the process, and that foreign companies willing to invest in the market are obliged to utilize Ottoman manpower. Just one offshore, one off-map civilian factory. Just one. Tread carefully here. Alright, and okay, provincial elections. I need to choose a focus. Renovate the Sublime port. Although used as a nickname for the central government of the Ottoman Empire, a Sublime port, or Abi Ali, also refers to the entrance of the ministries across Topkapi. Sadly, many of these buildings were badly harmed in a fire in 1911, and as such, there was a relocation of many of its former inhabitants to the Dolmabach. With restorations complete, the foreign ministry can finally return. Cool. Provincial elections. Sure, more social liberalism. Very good. We're not quite a plurality, but we're not that far. We have still no war with Bulgaria. Can't justify.
Maybe they didn't hit a trigger.
Hmm. Camel rustling in the Air Force. What? As the economic depression caused by the Black Monday crisis has taken a heavy toll on our empire, the budget for the military has also seen a significant decrease. In order to make up some of the losses, the Ottoman National Aviation League has decided to host a fundraiser in the shape of a spectacular camel wrestling championship, likes Anatolia has never seen before. Based on the old Turkic tradition over 2,300 years, Mozambique Bush War. Oh, that's interesting. The Ottoman National... in the Turkish form of camel wrestling, two male Tulu camels wrestle, typically in response to a female camel in heat being led before them. The camels fight by using their necks as leverage to force their opponent to fall down. The camel is declared the winner in his a competitor falls to the ground or flees from the fight. Although the practice is regarded as backwards by many in the OHF and as severe cruelty by animal rights supporters, the Turk Al-Khlari has applauded the initiative, calling it a grand celebration of Turkish culture. May the best camel win. I get more camels. Huh. Sorry, I'm just picking tech and I got another pop-up. Alright, so, battle doctrine. I'm thinking... I think I want to do grand battle. What do you think would be better for my situation? Grand battle plan or superior firepower?
In general, I usually favor superior firepower,
Yeah.
but based on where you are, the entrenchment bonus from Grand Battle Plan wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that one. Enver-based cigarettes takeover. Founded in 1909 by Mendel Gottreich, German-based cigarette company Enver Bey has handed over to the state monopoly on tobacco today. The company, which deserves its name from the infamous Enver Pasha, has declared that it will continue operations but change its name, further announcing new brands and varieties to the trusted Ottoman product. Although the company is only a small player on the Ottoman German market, main producer being the Yendiz factory in Dresden, sale marks yet another point in the constantly developing friendship between Ottoman and German business interests. Huzzah. More stability. I'm almost half stable.
Wahhab's dilemma defame Abdallah ibn Talal al-Rashid. Will-Star conquest over Najd has driven the sons of Ibn Saud once more out of our rightful domains. We are powerless against the influence of the Wahhabist dilemma holds over the common folk of Najd. Refusing to relinquish their loyalty to the Imam, various towns and oases in Najd have been more than vocal in their resistance to the new emir. From our side, there has also been little animus to cooperate with the Najadi, as they are deeply looked down upon by our Shamari compatriots, seeing them as lesser people and only really useful for agriculture and auxiliary troops. Most disturbing.
Madan shelter criminals. The Madan, or Marsh Arabs. Oh, it's kind of like the Marsh Germans, the Dutch, who inhabit the marshes near the city of Basra, have long been a thorn in the side of central authority in the region, just as their marshland home has been all but terra incognita for the Ottoman administration. Explorers who venture into their lands never return, and the Madan, who cooperate with outside authorities, often find themselves severely punished by their local leaders in retaliation. The inhospitable nature of their marshes has, up until now, mostly ensured their autonomy, and their political apathy towards the Ottoman regime has kept them off the radar. Recent Assyrian damming and settlement projects made in an effort to develop new agricultural land and to flush out the Shiite resistance fighting the Assyrian settlers have forced them to take a more active stance. Now the Marsh Arabs are not only settling the fugitives from Assyrian operations, but also those of the Baghdadi Wali. The latter, angered by this development, has requested reinforcements from Constantinople to bring them in line, and impose both taxes and conscription for the Ottoman army. Leave them be. Boop beep ba beely ba. Ba da 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 da. We're probably gonna want to side the right with the Reichspakt. Or I thought we were gonna make our own faction.
We are.
Okay.
But you have the option to join your faction to either the Reichspakt or the Entente.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to do want to do like one little click of support from conservatives to maybe two. I'm gonna do early mobilization right here.
Alternatively, United Against Imperialism allows us to expand the Istanbul Pact.
Oh, that sounds fun. I like that. I think that's kind of what I'd like to do.
Well, we need Egypt first and Iran, so
Yeah.
I think Bulgaria's gonna win.
Man. Revise mess hell. A civil code we have used since the Tanzimat era, or the Messel Code, was first codified in 1877 based on the Islamic Hanafi legal tradition. The code was the first enforcement of a unified law over all Ottoman citizens who previously, according to the Millet system, used their own codes. It nonetheless strongly favors the Sunni population of the empire, leading to demands from Christians and Shiites alike to replace it with a more modern equivalent. Sure, I'll lose 50 support from conservatives, but right now I've got 55, so hooray.
Confrontation in Kasem. Trouble has appeared in Kasem after a confrontation between a group of settled folk and our tax collectors turned violent when the settlers pleaded for a delay in this year's taxes. Pointing to the widespread destruction of the already fragile economy in Central Arabia, famine has erupted all throughout the subcontinent. Our tax collectors, however, weren't in the mood to negotiate, and after one of the settlers, in a foolish attempt, tried to scare them off, fighting broke out between the two groups. Although the tax collectors were forced to flee, one of the Rashidi princes took the whole ordeal as a grave insult to his house and commanded a raiding party into Kasem, raiding and pillaging themselves away to glory and riches. When the party returned home, satisfied with their loot, they had left in their wake a burning ruin and a starving population. Relations between the folk of Najd and the Shamari elite were always in shambles, but many now fear that the princes may have gone too far. It is only right that the Najari know their place. And there goes more stability.
Oh boy. Okay, so I do have an event under foreign policy to demand Western Thrace. I think that's what I want to do.
Yes.
Alright, good foreign policy is vital to survival of the nation, blah, 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 blah. Demanded. 14 days.
Oh, that's fun.
question of Thrace. With Bulgaria now embroiled in a war with the Belgrade Pact, the question has now arisen within the halls of government as to whether we too should reclaim lands which are rightfully ours. Since the end of the Weltkrieg, Bulgaria has occupied lands in western Thrace, which are largely both Muslim and Turkish. Surely they would see reason if their old ally asks for them to be handed over. Make the demand. They refuse, so be it. Stubborn to last, the Bulgarian government has responded to our demands with only outrage. They are ready to fight us as well, if need be. So be it, war were declared. Alright, I'm advancing one area. No, I'm not, apparently. Really? Alright, I'll just need the micro.
Got planes over there?
Yeah.
Riyadh ousts the Shibari garrison. Angered by the tyrannical rule of their Rashidi governor, a small group of Saudi loyalists has stormed their garrison in the Saudi capital of Riyadh, and after a short fight, retaken control over their city. Proclaiming Saad bin Abdulaziz al-Saad the new Imam of Saudi Arabia, messengers have been sent on the swiftest of horses available to gather a war host amongst those still loyal to the Saudis and to retake the throne, ousting the Rashidis once and for all. Not again.
Huh. Alright, you ready?
Give me a second, I gotta do a little bit of micro. Yes, now I am.
Alright. Why can 5 of my divisions not take one of Bulgaria's? Because my guys are terrible. I guess that's why. I don't have any soft attack.
Saudi bannermen answered the call to arms. Reinvigorated by the swift recapture of Riyadh and angered by the Rashidi oppression of the Central Arabian hinterland, various sheiks and Bedouins have pledged their swords in support of the new Imam and have started to mobilize their own forces. Amongst those returning to their places next to Saad were the Aniza, the largest of Arab tribes, the Zafir, sworn enemies of the Rashidi Muntafik allies, the Dunswer, the most loyal of all Arabs, and a subsection of the Utaiba, proud warriors. With the new coalition gathered, time will tell if the House of Rashid can withstand this final challenge, or whether it will finally go into the night. Once more onto the fray, dear friends.
Alright, whenever you're ready.
It may be a little bit. Okay.
Not Nepal. Nepal. Sorry, a revision of the Ottoman Civil Code. The Ottoman Civil Code, the Civil Code we have used since the Tanzimat era of the Missel, or the Missel Code was first codified in 18... blah, blah. This decades of change, the violent era is based on Islamic law. Many of the reformists have protested against it as they feel that religious law has no place in the modern secular state. Christian and Jewish citizens who previously used their own legal system remain discontent with it as well, and urge the government to reform, if not outright replace the dated code. For some, however, the issue lies not within the code itself, which is a solid document and perfectly applicable to the Sunni Muslim subjects of the empire. They believe the problem is that the non-Muslim subjects are also being tried under it, and that instead of enforcing a Sharia-based legal system on all citizens, the various communities should be able to govern their own affairs. Therefore, they propose to introduce a secular civil code which will deliberately be left abstract, so that on a local level, the various millets can choose to fill in the gaps and govern themselves according to their own traditions and needs. Others see in this catastrophe in the making, as the purpose of the Missel in the 19th century is to get rid of the legal complexities and put all citizens under one code of law. They instead propose to introduce a new secular Ottoman civil code, which would be used by all citizens no matter their religion, and which would also make all citizens equal under the law, something that is receiving great support from the benches of the OHF. Oh, hold on. Like, I have an event that will instantly finish the next focus, but that will make the conservatives hate me too much.
You bribe conservatives to not hate you too much once you do it?
Hold on, I can do the temporary one. I mean, I could also just make conservatives like me a whole lot more, but I don't want to do that one. I do want to change the law for the RP of it. Or I could spend a lot of political power, which is something, again, that I don't really want to do. I'll do the revert OHF social reforms, which only lasts for... Well, no. That won't make a difference. I mean, because then it will just be...
Keep in mind, if you ever hit 0 conservatives, it's over.
Have you ever had, like, the majority... Like, have you ever had, like, 50% of your country be under the same ideology, like social liberals?
My country is currently 99% paternal autocrats.
No, I mean, like, when you played this, as the Ottomans.
I can't remember, it's been a while.
Because I feel like there's no point in needing a coalition if we actually have 50% of the political power, of the political pie.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, governments tend not to be very well designed, so...
Alright, well, I think I'm gonna have to do... I think I'm just gonna have to spend the points. I don't want to do the one that makes social conservatives like me less. All groups should be tried according to their own customs and traditions. Alright. Encourage private initiative. The concept of private initiative, or tsebisusahesi, serves most prominently in the discourse of Sabahattin, whom has identified its lack as one of the main reasons for Ottoman decline, based on the ideas of Demolin, the vizier, pleads for looking for achievement in yourself and self-confidence and not relying on family or state. Supporting the notion of private ownership as crucial to the social and economic development of the empire. Sure. Ah! Oh, and that sucks. Well, what happened? Did it happen? Okay. So that was that's weird. That's stupid. Why do they do it that way? Like there's a focus that can only be done by an event that is only because you finished the previous focus. I don't like that. Like, why is it even a focus? Like, it should just be the event. Because it just bypassed the thing. Like, so that one didn't happen. Hopefully. That's fine. Alright. Expansion of the Greek merchant navy. Traditionally led by... Oh, you won. Cool. Traditionally led by the Greek population of the Ottoman state. The shipping industry of Western Anatolia and the Aegean Isles is... I got a micro and I want to read things. It's too many stupid pop-ups. Alright.
No,
What?
wait. I was gonna say don't unpause that yet. I need to change my focus.
As despite frequent crisis prompted by conflict between Turks and Greeks, steadily grown during the interbellum, was a massive economic crisis gripping all around, though, and the American nation. Oh, what? Whatever, I get convoys.
Okay, I'm gonna unpause it now.
Okay. Desperately need soft attack. At least they're probably going to be able to take Sofia. I'm distracting a lot of troops here.
Amongst the Ikhwan. Whilst the defeat of Ibn Saud has greatly damaged the standing of Wahhabism on the subcontinent, the Ikhwan remains a powerful force and has, through their network of hijras and tribal alliances, proven a tough nut to crack. Faisal al-Duwaish, leader of the Mutner, and in the eyes of many, the greatest commander of the Arab Peninsula, seems unhappy with his position, and even refused to visit Hyle to swear fealty to our emir. One of the gravest insults imaginable in the eyes of many Bedouin. Other disgruntled leaders amongst the Utaiba and the Ruwaya are further complicating the situation, as through their combined strength they are capable of surrounding our capital of Heil and cut us off from the Naj hinterland, our main basis for food and manpower. This is most disturbing.
Alright. They've opened up a gap for me.
So nice of them.
Yeah, very kind. Every pop-up is a novel. What was that?
I didn't agree to be part of your war.
Oh, you're in this? That's funny. Declining social mobility and centralization of land ownership. For most of the history of the Empire, land ownership was built on a system of common land, which was either owned by the state and then leased to farmers who paid a tax for its use, or owned by a certain tribal federation. Whilst this had the significant disadvantage that those toiling on the fields often had little desire to increase the fertility of the land or put in much effort in general, it ensured that there were ultimately little large landowners. Reforms started already back in the 19th century, in part to encourage a more sedentary lifestyle for the still nomadic tribes, have changed this concept into one where land registration became the order of the day and where previous common land was in rapid succession claimed by certain individuals and families, as such creating a powerful caste of landowners. Iraq and Kurdish regions have been hit hardest by this, as various tribal figures exchanged their pastoral lifestyle for the bustling cities, claiming all land previously owned by the entire tribe as their own. A massive caste of farmers through these actions became landless almost overnight, and with little other choice either moved through the cities, causing trouble for the already stretched amenities of these regions, or remained on the land and became subject of a modern form of serfdom. With a massive push on self-initiative, decentralization, and catering to the main electoral base, the landowners' reforms by the Liberal Coalition have only aggravated the situation, leading to increased support by the impoverished lower class for the grand aims of land reform heralded by the OHF and the rising socialist parties of the empire. Not only is this causing a shift in the political landscape towards a more ostensibly radical point of view, revenues have seen substantial drops as well due to widespread corruption on the provincial level and the refusal by many groups to pay their share of dues to the treasury in Constantinople. Powder keg in the making. Yeah, only medium unrest there. It's fine. What's happening in South America?
Generally a mess. Oop.
Yeah.
Argentina's losing, which is good. They're kind of terrifying. Faisal al-Dawesh imposes demands. Under the guise of protecting the monotheists, but most likely just out of political opportunism, and in an attempt to sway the minds of the settled population of Najd, Faisal al-Dawesh has sent a list of demands to our emir. Most notable amongst the crimes our emir has committed are the fact that in Hyle, traders and citizens of all religions are free to practice their own faith, in sharp contradiction to the dogma of the Wahhabists. Therefore, the Ikhwan now demands that either we convert them all to the true faith or slaughter every last one of them. Furthermore, they also demand an immediate end to our ties with the Porte and demand that we remove all Kafir technology such as the radio from the Holy Land, as they are one of the gravest insults to Islam imaginable. If these demands aren't met within the month, Faisal has sworn to uphold the wishes of the monotheists and free from the heretic yoke imposed by the House of Rashid. Stirred by all of this commotion, tribes from all across the peninsula are taking note of the coming conflict and deciding for themselves whether they should back their emir or use the opportunity to expand their power in alliances with the Ikhwan. Then war it shall be.
Corruption makes me lose 15 support from the independents. I have no support from them already, so it's fine. Brought to the parliamentary floor by a group of opposition members, a clear link has been established between the Undersecretary of the Grand Vizier and unknown expenses of the Ottoman treasury. Furthermore, they have proof that the man misused his position to empower his friends and family, granting them significant properties from the Defter Darlek, the Internal Revenue Office, in the region of Einteb. This news was further soured. Do you need a pause?
No, I just paused it because
okay.
I figured you had a novel to read and I didn't want it to disappear before you read it.
It's not that long. This one isn't. The news of further sour and testimony of Entebi citizens who pointed out that the... More pop-ups! These islands are Armenian deportation and never returned, even through original inhabitants. Turkish nationalists leave the DF. I mean, I don't have any...
The Turkish nationalists already hated you, so...
Exactly, I'm not actually losing anything from these pop-ups. Alright, well, I could almost do the repeal unification decree. I need to give power to the provincial assemblies. The creation of provincial assemblies, I need more deputies. Alright, the Ottoman army. The Ottoman army is the heart of the Turkish nation. We must seek to strengthen and support it against our numerous enemies. For the survival of the state depends on the ever-triumphant horde.
Looks like you got a hole.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, they're filling it, so.
Ugh. Massacre in Al-Qurna. Site of the now famous Battle of Al-Qurna during the initial phase of the Mesopotamian campaign of the Weltkrieg. The eponymous city of Al-Qurna became home to a large community of Assyrian refugees and settlers following the war. While relations between the Assyrian settlers and the local, predominantly Madan Arab population have never been warm, tensions escalated earlier this week as 30 Assyrian settlers were massacred in a raid on their quarter. The destruction of 50 more homes. The Assyrian local government has already declared the action of a deed of extreme barbarity, and in addition to demanding support from the Ottoman army to push the Madan further into the marshes, has called up its own militia forces, the Assyrian levies, who have largely assumed peacekeeping and policing deputies in the British-controlled regions of Basra, Vilayet. Send an attachment, sure, whatever. The Emperor celebrates a holiday. Again. Oh my god. Third deputies withdraw support. Oh, come on. Sorry, I'm gonna need to... I don't have political power, so I can't loosen tax burdens. I may be losing to the thing.
I'll see. The Ikwan Revolt. Receiving a negative answer from the Emir, to the surprise of none, the Ikwan and their coalition of like-minded tribes have raised their flag in rebellion. Led by the great general Faisal al-Duwaish, backed by segments of the Utaiba and the Ruwaya, the revolt has kicked off with an open assault on the city of Hufaf on the Al-Hassa coast. Despite their best attempts thus far, the city still stands and its largely Shiite population trembles with fear behind its walls in the hope that aid will soon arrive, as none doubt that if the walls are breached, the most gruesome fate awaits them. To war! It moved all my troops around, so give me a second.
Alright. I'll just take care of the little nubbin in the north. You take care of the stuff in the west. In the, well, south.
Oh, you're in this?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna unpause that.
Okay. I'm sending my dudes to the bit in the in the more western part of it, and then I'm also sending some dudes to the ones in the north. Alright. That was fast.
Do not take any of my land.
I'm taking all your land.
Okay, well, that's good.
Syrian levies extract revenge for Al-Qurna in retaliation for the murder of Assyrians and the destruction of their property in the Assyrian local government. Set out the Assyrian levies to exact revenge on the Medan, burning down multiple villages and driving the marsh Arabs further into the swamps and marshes of southern Mesopotamia. Their actions show clear intent to forcibly dislocate native population in order to acquire more fertile land. The Wali in Basra has requested confirmation from the government to disband the Syrian levies as he fears that further action could lead to a massacre rivaling the Lebanese Civil War, which took place only a few decades ago. However, he also sees in this challenge an opportunity to weaken the autonomy of the Assyrians and hasten their full integration in the new Ottoman society. Ban the levies.
Well, Russia's taking control of Central Asia.
He says, Patriarch of Babylon, de facto leader of the Assyrian community, and has pleaded for permission anything without them. He says his people are fully left to mercy of Muslim and of course they have no way to prevent the march Arabs from murdering. Leave them be.
If you piss off the Assyrians, I'll take care of it.
I'm fine right now. He abandoned property laws as the deportation of Armenians and Greeks increased during the Weltkrieg and the death count started to ramp up. The possessions were usually left behind and confiscated by local Muslims. To deal with the growing amount of abandoned houses and other properties, these were ultimately passed under the regulation of the abandoned properties laws and made possession of the state until the original owner could return and prove his ownership. During the war, however, these properties were used as payment and enticement for local Kurds and other Muslims for their contribution to the war and the deportations in specific. As the war came to an end and many of the Armenians deported along the Homs-Hama-Damascus route returned to Cilicia, the new owners of these properties were evidently less interested in returning these. A commission was sent to Constantinople to solve the issue and peacefully assist in the restitution of these properties, but heavy opposition from local Muslim residents, boosted by the efforts of local CUP leaders such as Paskiza, the bunch of names that I don't care, ultimately forced them to withdraw despite the pleas of the Central Service of Armenian Repatriation. The Armenians in question would ultimately be painted as traitors to the Ottoman Empire, enemies of the state, and willing collaborators in the Entente occupation in 1918 and 1919. The Armenian deputies should never stop fighting for restitution, however, and their hopes invested in HIF to finally give them back their land. They have seen in the recent sales of Miri land an opportunity to receive a fair compensation for their losses during the war. Many Muslims deputies, however, are firmly opposed to these ideas, with members of the OHF often even going as far as saying that this is their reward for the treachery during the war. This has prompted the Armenian deputies to lose their patience with coalition, as their inability to take a decisive stance on the issue has now led to an ultimatum. Either their people are compensated, or all Armenians will withdraw from the coalition. For some reason... Oh, no, that's actually... Well, you know, it doesn't matter. You know what? Compensate the Armenians. Restructure the serves the achievement.
Must be rolling in his grave.
Yeah. And is destined to ample preparation to climb the ranks of the blah blah blah. Alright, we're touching tips with Romania now.
Ooh. And yet you still haven't broken into the one place you actually need to.
Yeah. Getting there, though. 97. 98. It's one division. My dudes are so bad. History on the Tehran reached the highway. Let's just say past the subject of Persians are playing a dangerous game. Now I lose the nationalists that I don't have. 4 days until the conservatives revolt. I don't have political power to fix it. Alright, Bulgaria has made peace with Belgrade Pact, and thus we are forced to end our war as well. Fortunately, we will leave the war having Having gained states we control, denying the Serbs the opportunity to divvy them up with their allies. Alright.
You got them both. Nice.
Cool. Good timing, I guess. Conflict in Aintab. The recent decision of the government to revise the seized properties of Armenian citizens during the Veltkrieg has caused quite a stir in the city. Protests and riots by Muslim population in the city against these plans have started to escalate once more, as its properties have by now often passed through many hands, and with some even converted to industrial sites. The Turks are fighting tooth and nail to keep the imperial inspectors from restoring them to their original Armenian owners. Serious backlash the HIF is receiving from the actions has caused them to reconsider once more, as various interest groups in Adana and Aintab are finding support from the OHF in the struggle. The Armenian delegation remains steadfast, though, and insists on the proper return of their land, still threatening to bail from the coalition of their demands aren't met. Either way, they both hate me, so it's not like, whatever. Give us the Armenians. All right, in a few days, and I'm gonna go down the stupid path, and I don't want to do that. Epiphany in, yeah. Interesting. Oh, you know, I mean, at the moment, I have 5 support from conservatives.
Oh, hopefully that'll be enough to stop it.
Yeah. I'm getting 0.04 political power a day. I need 249 deputies to do the thing. I have 143. It's gonna take forever. Ugh.
Well, I'm currently having you fix my economy, so...
Stop.
You're not losing political power for that. That's one of my focuses.
Okay. Trouble on the Euphrates. Conflict has arisen in the Ottoman parliament today between Kurdish, Arab, and Turkish representatives from the flow basin of the Euphrates with a length of long, and I don't care. Stop telling me needless information, mod. It's a length that has given rise to the lively debate in the parliament as commission up of guidelines, uses of irrigation, trade, and power, blah, 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 blah. Furious debate ensued, which has placed the parliament in deadlock. Make everyone hate me. Actually, I have a neutral position. I only have one choice that is not making the conservatives hate me, so I guess I'll have a Sunni Turk oversee. This gives me 30 for the nationalists. Alright, so I need like 70 some more. Syrian Muslim Brotherhood. That's probably what's gonna give me the rebellion in Syria, huh? Hold on 1 second. Inspectorate of Army Modernization. Mauser rifles and bayonets proved ineffective in the Weltkrieg, but the battlefield is changing. It was effective. Large gap between enemy technologies and our equipment is ever expanding, and we must expend considerable effort if we want our army to retain its might. Cuba. Alright, spontaneously, 30 Arab nationalists leave. Whatever.
To the Third Arab Congress. Organized by the Egyptian government in Cairo, the Third Arab Congress plans to unite all Arab struggles and determine the direction it needs to go in. With much of the Mashriq still suffering under the rule of the Sublime Porte, and with the Arabs of the Maghreb living in a French slave state, it is clear that we are the only independent Arab powers need to combine our strength and strive for the liberation of our brethren. To Cairo we go. Iran sends a delegation. Despite not receiving an invitation to the conference in protest to the treatment of the Khuzestan Arabs under the new government, Iran has decided to send a delegation to Cairo. A protest in the streets of Cairo, organized by Iraqi political exiles and with support from the Ittihad Party, was unable to deter Sultan Farouk I, who stressed the importance of Islamic solidarity in these trying times. After a short kerfuffle, the delegation was granted a seat at the table in hopes of encouraging an open debate. We welcome the Right Honorable Gentleman from Tehran. Let me just pick a focus.
I'll go ahead and do Cavalry program. We're going to closer operation with the Turkish parts. In their attempts to prove that the Turks have always inhabited Anatolia, that Hittites and Sumerians are also Turks, and that all shapes of human culture in some way or another are connected to the Turks. They promote a blatant abstraction of the truth to spread their beliefs of Turkic unity and pan-Turanism. You see, we didn't evolve from, like, apes. We evolved from Turks. What?
Apes evolved from Turks too.
Yeah, that's right. And Turks evolved from Turks. Time was cyclical.
Idris I arrives in Cairo. Leader of the Sensui Order and opponent of the Ottoman-backed Ahmed Sharif I, the exiled Idris has arrived in Cairo, backing the Entente during the Weltkrieg and in their struggles on Libyan ground. The leader of the Senussi or Senussi?
I don't know.
Leader of the Senussi Order was forced to flee into Egypt when the Italian front collapsed. By many Libyans, he is, however, still seen as the legitimate ruler of their nation, and over the years he has steadily been preparing resistance cells for his return. A true hero.
So I'm just wondering, like, when they say that, like, things, it does something for, like, 30 days. Does that just mean that I can't do other decisions for those 30 days? And I think, like, I do keep the points that I got, like, which is why I didn't go under, like, when I lost the 30 and gained the 30 from the event. The Conservatives, like, I'm still at 5. Well, I don't know. I mean, the event's gone, but whatever.
The delegation from Syria takes the floor. Representing the secret organizations of Beirut and Damascus, a variety of political exiles from the greater Syria region have attended the conference to attack Ottoman practices in their native home. The Palestinian issue featured most prominently in their speeches, as they see the continued existence of the MOJ as a slap in the face of Muslims across the world. Syria has to be freed from Turkish tutelage, which serves nothing but the treasury of Abdulmecid II. Less radicalized speakers were also given the floor, with even Maronite Arabs allowed to give their say on the matter. Preaching a dialogue between the various people of the greater Syrian region and even considering an arrangement with the Jewish settlers, the debate became quite heated. After a representative from Haifa threw a sandal at his colleague from Aleppo, a short recess was announced and the perpetrator removed from the room. We support the Syrian people.
DF has recently seen a growth in popularity, mainly on the No, you can unpause. It's fine. It's not a decision anyway. A periphery amongst the lower educated population, usually voting for the policies of Mustafa Kemal. This came as a surprise both in the headquarters of the OHF as the DF. Trying to find an explanation for this phenomenon, some observers have found a connection related to the name of the party itself. The party's logo, a galloping white horse, comes from the strong resemblance of the foreign word Democrat to the Turkish words Demir Kirat, Iron Kirat. The horse Kirat was a change in character in popular Turkish legend. It was the horse and trusted companion of Koroglu, a Robin Hood type hero who championed the causes of the common people against the oppressive regime. Democrat and Demir Kirat were often interchanged by the peasantry. Some have pointed out the peasantry began to view the Democrat Party as the supernatural hero protecting their rights and the detached aristocrats in Constantinople, just as in the folklore. That can't possibly have worked, right? Change the popular market, sport, whatever. Okay.
The delegation from Iraq takes the floor.
So many
After the speaker
pop-ups.
After the speaker from Jerusalem finished his speech about the threat that Zionism poses to us all, the floor was granted to the delegation from Iraq. Announcing their support for our brethren in Palestine, they urged the people in the room to not ignore a second threat to the Arab people. The Iranian nation may be trying to paint itself as a friend to the Arabs, but it goes without saying that it only does so to weaken its rival in Anatolia and exploit the Iraqi Arabs after the sands has settled. Before the representative from Mosul could finish his speech, however, the Iranian delegation rose up to protest against their accusations. Should we not focus on our common enemies instead of creating new ones before the first one has been dealt with? As the temperature in the room for the second time rapidly started rising, another brief recess was announced. To a free and Arab Iraq.
No. Free as a state in my federation. Yes.
Ghazi bin Faisal attends the conference. Son of Arab hero Faisal bin Hussein, who commanded the Hashemite forces during their revolt in 1916, Ghazi bin Faisal was sent to Egypt in 1920 by his grandfather Sharif Hussein when Ottoman troops marched on Mecca. Taken under the wing of Fahd I, the shy and inexperienced boy became a rallying point for Hashemite sympathizers who fled Hejaz when the Ottoman Wali was installed. Used to a life of luxury at the Egyptian court, with his various escapades published in the paper, many Hejazis see him as disillusioned and removed from political realities of the region. His calls for a second Hejazi revolt and an Arab state stretching from Mecca to Baghdad, whilst very passionate and only briefly interrupted by a poem he wrote to honor his father, have been almost entirely disregarded by the other representatives. When his speech was finally over, all the representatives clapped politely. We honor the Hashemite heroes. -5 political power.
Alright.
Okay, so you might want to start preparing your armies for a two-front war.
Alright, against who is
Iran?
it?
Yeah, Iran and Syria.
Lord. Alright.
Okay, so Farouk I condemns the Zionist settlers. After hearing the tragic accounts of Palestinian Arabs suffering at the hands of the international gendarmerie, and seeing the latest data on Jewish immigration, Sultan Farouk I finally took the stage. Condemning the vile deeds his brothers of the faith have to endure, he promised the Syrian delegation his full support and promised that the Palestinian people would soon be liberated. A grand applause followed when all representatives gave him a standing ovation. News of his speech was less well received by the significant Jewish community in Egypt itself. These Jews, who enjoy fairly good living conditions and political freedom under the Egyptian state, are now afraid that this open attack on the Jewish menace in Palestine could send shockwaves in their direction. We support the Palestinian people.
But who's supporting me? Princess of Jerusalem, call it local. Blah.
Idris pleads for help. After the speech of Farouk I, the conference has taken a different turn. The charade of a cultural conference to celebrate the Arab people has been replaced with the open discussion of actions to be undertaken against those that threaten the Arab people. The exiled Libyan leader, Idris I, has been building up support for well over a decade, and with the Ottoman garrisons in Libya becoming careless as heated political debate overtakes the capital, he plans to strike within the year and oust Ahmed Shari first. Hearing all the kind and passionate words from the other representatives, it is now time to turn these into guns, manpower, and donations to ensure his struggle is successful. We can't spare anything.
Good. Good. Ottoman is greatest man.
Okay, so we've got... Egypt announces its goals. With representatives from all corners of the Arab world brought together in Cairo, Egypt has finally dropped the curtain on its grand designs. Promoting self-government amongst the Arab states, they will strive to retain the various constituents of Arabia as individual units that can decide on their own whether to join a larger Arab state. Representatives from Iraq, Syria, and Hejaz are pleased that they will retain the right to determine their future, but on the peninsula, enthusiasm is far less high. Not only would they see no rewards for their participation in the war, but furthermore, they would have to contend with a powerful Hejazi state. This will be interesting, to say the least.
Director of military factories. Anti-Zionist protests in Baghdad. Great. It was to reorganize.
Iran.
Whatever. You go.
Iran leaves the conference. As the final resolution of the conference seems to imply an independent Iraq, free from Iranian influence, the Iranian delegation has left in anger. Whether this will impact their decision to take part in the war with the Sublime Porte, or, Allah forbid, take the Turkish side, remains unclear. But it has left a sour taste. They weren't invited anyhow.
Persia. Persia. Persia.
Okay, so it's probably not going to be a bad idea to have a bunch of people completely surround the state of Baghdad. I mean, not Baghdad, Damascus.
Okay, Damascus.
Because Damascus will revolt first, and they will attempt to essentially break your line.
Alright, hold on. Okay, that's a good place. Alright, I wanted to know which one to do.
The matter of socialist support. Through the contacts of the Arab lobby in Paris, and the cautious cooperation between the Commune and Egypt following the Suez crisis, many have started to wonder to which degree the Arab cause should be linked to that of the International. The International, which profits directly from the rising Arab dissent in Algeria, and the threat the movement poses to the German ally in Anatolia, is more than interested to provide military equipment and advisors to guide our efforts. Many fear, however, that there is a cost attached to this. Though a variety of economic deals closely linked to the oil trade, which has been proven an important asset in the Communard war machine, they see the Arabs being subdued to a new form of imperialism. Furthermore, the socialist rhetoric they sprout is a direct threat to the Arab states who are built on rich and powerful aristocrats. We need all the help we can get.
During the dark years of the Empire, when its borders were under assault from all sides, massive population displacements occurred in the Balkans as from one day upon another hundreds of thousands of Muslims found themselves in a nation overtly hostile to their existence. Endless caravans of refugees were forced to leave the former Ottoman territories after its humiliating defeats and tried to find a new home on the edges of the capital, from where the Ottoman government tried to resettle them across Anatolia. Many of these people forced out of their homes in a war. They often played no part have seen in the recent reconquest of Bulgarian territory to finally return home and have been encouraged to do so by Constantinople, who desires to deport as many Bulgarians out of her territory as possible to make room for these people. The government has confiscated vast swaths of land from Bulgarian landowners to distribute amongst its citizens. Not unsurprisingly, the Bulgarian people living on the land are opposed to the government wherever they can, as skirmishes between Muslim Turks and Bulgars are daily occurrences throughout the region. To answer the growing crisis and to restore public order to these new acquisitions of the empire, the army has requested a mandate to restore order by force if necessary. Foreign response has been openly negative to deportations, and some more cautious members of our government are requesting us to tone down the scale of the operations to avoid creating the scene of a European intervention not unlike those seen throughout the 19th century. Let's not do anything drastic.
Conference draws to an end. As the sun sets on the Nile, Farouk I closes the conference with another speech, thanking all the representatives for their attendance. It is to all apparent what a formidable display of Egyptian power this really was. Arabs from all groups and social standings have come to be awed by the wealth of Egypt and revel in the freedom that this truly independent Arab state provides. Furthermore, Egypt has attempted to unite the different forces in the region and push them all towards an ideology most favorable to the Egyptian state itself. Look at those fireworks.
Oh, whatever. Airlines.
Ooh. The anarchists in America are losing ground. Creation of the Cairo Pact. Enclosed in the final resolution of the conference, there is the promise by all attendants to join arms should any of them end up at war with the Turks. This resolution, which lays the foundation of a military alliance, has been called the Cairo Pact, and marked the creation of the first such treaty in modern Arab history. We refrain from signing.
Oh, come on. Syrian League of National Action. Rumors have been brewing for a while now after the electoral defeat of the Decentralist Coalition in 1935 of a new party of second-generation Syrian nationalists, promising to be young, dynamic, and very different from the traditional Damascene parties. This new party was today announced to the public under the leaders of Ahmad Sharabati, a bunch of dudes, I believe in that. In opposition to the old elites, deeply ingrained within the Ottoman civil system, the new party promises to be the voice of the Syrian youth and work together with other Arab nationalist forces to hasten the autonomy Syria has been striving for. Look, man, talk to the social conservatives. Likely influenced by Egyptian rhetoric, the League of National Action has also embraced a Qawmi or Greater Arab identity, as opposed to the Syria-focused Watani identity of the Damascene elite. Despite their enthusiasm, however, so far interest from regions outside Syria has been lukewarm at best, and even within Syria, their message doesn't seem to reach much further than Damascus. They are just bored youngsters. Let's see, how's it going, Imperial Dev? Arslan. It's gonna fire off pretty soon here.
The war is going to start after the trigger for the war starting is the Conference of Haifa. When that concludes, that's what triggers it.
All right.
But now we do want to start paying attention. The war with Iran can actually start before that, so we want to pay attention there. You're not going to need a line that far above Syria. So what's going to happen is that when Syria revolts, at first it's just the state of Damascus. And any state in Syria that they're able to occupy transfers control to them.
Okay. So should I?
So basically, the lines that are going to form are pretty much at the Sinai against Egypt, and there's going to be one against Iran.
All right.
So then, once you start fighting with Egypt, what's going to happen is Damascus will revolt, and they hope that you Syria's strategy is basically it assumes that you're going to commit your entire army to fighting Egypt, and then they're just going to walk through the rest of their states.
All right.
Cut off your army and then just encircle you and destroy you. So, if you can occupy Damascus immediately after it revolts, that pretty much ends that threat, and you only have to worry about Egypt.
Okay.
Now, on the other side, we're going to have to deal with Yemen and the Hazzas, which will revolt too.
Hazzas is what?
Hazzas is the Medina and Mecca.
Gotcha.
So, I am not incredibly useful here.
All right.
Because, well, my army is 8 people.
Yeah.
So, we're going to have to make a decision on how you want me to handle this.
Okay.
I could anticipate the revolt in Hazzas and move to encircle Medina and Mecca, which will probably work as long as you can keep Egypt off of me from the north.
All right, so...
But that leaves Yemen open. So, or I could try and contain Yemen, but then you'll have to deal with the Hazzas yourself, because if they revolt, there's nothing from stopping them from walking into my country.
All right, so I have I have dudes set up along the line of where, like, northern Iraq and Syria would be, but I don't know. When would Iraq join in? Because I think they've got a lot of unrest.
Iraq joins in. I think I'm not sure of the exact trigger. I usually try to keep unrest there as low as possible because I really don't want to be fighting them.
Okay. I'm going to have my dudes get a little bit closer. In Iraq. I'm gonna presume something like this.
Okay, so the trigger for Iran starting the war actually has to do with Qassab. There's going to be like an event change where essentially they lay claim to it and occupy it, and that's what starts the war with them.
All right.
Iraq, I want to say, will revolt as soon as Allied troops reach Baghdad.
So, okay. Which may be Persia just walking right in.
Yeah.
So if I just hold Baghdad, it'd be fine?
You might be able to do the same thing with Baghdad that you can do with Damascus, but Baghdad is a massive state, so I'm not really sure how viable that would be. I think the best thing to do would be to have an army on your border with Iran.
Okay. Sure. Okay, I'm gonna unpause.
Kurdistan can revolt too, so...
I think Kurdistan's mostly fine. Like, northern Iraq... Alright, so you break the... Alright.
Okay, finally got rid of the damn lapdogs.
Failed coup in Cairo. Wait, we didn't do anything, did we? Great, and Baghdad gets even more upset.
Any interactions that lower unrest?
Let's see. Yeah. Like, Baghdad is very high right now. If I click this, I can make it just high. What is the threshold for actually rebelling?
I think they have to be medium, at least medium.
Really?
Syria is the only one that will revolt regardless of unrest.
And it's every individual state that is medium or higher?
Yeah.
Huh, okay. Like, across
So
my
to
whole
keep
country?
So to keep Iraq in check, you want to keep unrest in Mosul, Baghdad, and Basra down.
Oh, okay. Mosul. Ugh, yeah, it's gonna be. Nah, that's probably not happening. Chris is playing as Jabal Shamar down here.
Okay, the next thing on my agenda is literally to piss off everybody in my country.
Excellent. Alright, I'm gonna unpause. I'm glad you're interested in it. Oh, Chief Rabbi announces a Zionist program. Continued attacks on the Jewish community in Baghdad and threats in local newspapers demand that the rabbi expresses his opposition to the Zionist project, and international Jewry in general have forced the chief rabbi of the city to ultimately comply. Further to relieve tensions amongst the Muslim population, meetings to explain the Palestine situation were organized in Baghdad mosques after prayers commemorating the ascent of the Prophet. Whether it was the message of the high attendance of plainclothes policemen, which stopped further escalation, is unclear. A wise decision. Alright, so Baghdad is at medium right now.
Good.
Yeah, any more decisions? That's right. I want to,
Okay, yeah, it looks like once you get to medium, unrest starts lowering.
Okay. How many arrows do I want to get here? I could get 30. Sure. Sure. Standardized military equipment. General strike in Palestine.
No, I was wrong. You still have resistance growth, so you need to get below medium.
All right.
Oh, there it goes. It's gone.
Yeah, I had a decision. I've increases. It's only very low. I kind of want to get this started. Tired of all the pop-ups. Refit ships. Ships aren't gonna matter here.
Oh no, ships are really going to matter.
Really?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so one thing that Egypt is incredibly vulnerable to a naval invasion,
Okay.
particularly once they start advancing. So if you can keep control of the Eastern Mediterranean, you can basically invade Egypt at your leisure.
All right. Weird.
Egypt will throw everything at you because they don't have a chance otherwise. That tends to leave their home front unguarded. To prevent that, they're going to probably do a decision that will attempt to cripple your navy.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there's a way you can stop it.
I do not have resources to make any more boats. Like, I don't... Like, I can barely make anything. Refit my ships. Like, I've not been doing any research to change my ships at all, because I didn't think they'd be worth anything. I don't even know how to refit ships. Here. Here we go. Alright, there's that. I clicked it. I'm gonna pause. Alright, well, I'm clicking it, so... Click each of them individually? Okay, alright. So, like... improved. Ugh, I don't care. Whatever. Like I'm clicking the upgrade button and I'm choosing the variant. The only other button to press other than duplicate is auto.
So, like, when you refit a ship, it sends it essentially back to the production line, and you have
Which
to
is
invest
basically halted.
dockyards. Yeah, you have to invest dockyards to essentially remake the ship.
Great. It's a really good thing to do when I barely have any resources.
I don't think you need to be refitting your ships. Just having the ships is probably enough.
Okay. Alright, Samingo, I really don't care what you have to say, and I don't appreciate you trying to backseat. So just chill. I appreciate you trying to help, but I frankly don't care.
Russia started.
At least I've got a lot more troops than Iran, at least at the moment, on the line.
Azerbaijan will probably offer to help us with Iran.
Cool. Kaiserreich really doesn't feel like a World War II thing. It really feels more like just a bunch of small wars all across the world at the same time.
Well, World War II starts when France demands Alsace-Lorraine, so...
Yeah, I know, but it's like...
Up until then, it's just steadily tension building, and it does that with a lot of small worlds all across the world.
Mm-hmm. But even then, I don't know if it really ever feels like the same level of World War II as actual World War II.
Yeah, it definitely does have a different feel to it because there's really not anyone in Kaiserreich that's just evil.
Yeah.
Not like, you know. I mean, Russia can be, but it doesn't have to be. Like, it's currently not. It's just more of Russia as it always is.
Yeah. Relatively menacing.
Remain? Yeah. Some of the totalists can be terrifying, but there's not much that's done with them.
Mm-hmm. I need 49 more dudes. The Ottomans just are not able to build anything. Like, pretty amazing that by 1936 they have so little capability of making factories.
They never stop being the sick man in this world.
Yeah. And they gotta go from sick man to sick man. Yeah, it's Persia. The only reason why they called it Iran is because they wanted to buddy up with the Aryan Germans in World War II. And without the Aryan-Iran-German connection, there's no reason to call it Iran. Let's go with what it has been for 1,000 2, 3,000 years Persia. Maybe like 2,500.
Well,
2,800. No. Yeah. Yeah.
you can make an argument that the name Iran is just propaganda for a different type of imperialism.
Yeah, could be.
Because Persia isn't at its core a nation state, but Iran has the concept that it is.
That's true.
Except it's not really for a specific group of people, it's for an entire cultural group. Essentially, so Iranian nationalism is in a sense the same as Russian nationalism, where Russia sees all land that is owned by someone who speaks a Slavic language as Russian by right. Iran does the same with anyone who speaks an Iranian language.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, that's not to say that the name Persia isn't linked to imperialism, just a, different kind.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting
This
how...
is actually the first...
Go on.
I was going to say, this is actually the first game I've seen where they've stayed Persia.
Huh. The concept of this mod is interesting. Like, I don't know if they really intended it to be, like, initially... What was... I don't know if it was actually just what if Germany won World War I, if that was the initial concept, because it just feels like it's so much more, you know? Like it diverts so much more into alternate history.
Like, at the start of the game, why is Emiliano Zapata the president of Mexico? When he died in, like, 1912.
Maybe that's the real cause of Germany winning the World War. Whatever also allowed him to not die 20 years before. Like, the fact that syndicalism is as prominent as it is. The fact that India is divided up into three countries.
That's actually not surprising. That's not surprising. Because it has its roots in the communes of Spain, which were by far the most successful anarchist society in history. In that they were an society.
Like, I mean, I would say that it's more that, I don't know. Like, if World War I didn't happen, Social Democrats would have a lot more influence. Because, like, Social Democrats sided with the people that wanted war, and everyone that wanted war looked really bad after the war, because the war sucked so bad. But that's a totally different alternate timeline. If World War I was, like, was staved off for 20 years. That is an interesting concept, though. World War II is actually just
It would have arguably been a much shorter war.
Probably. Just kind of waiting here. Making factories slowly.
You could always attempt to lower unrest in Basra and Mosul.
Let's see. Basra. Can't click the button. No political power. Mosul. Can't click the button. No political power. Alright. Yeah.
What's eating up your... Oh, I see what's eating up your political power.
Yeah. I'm not
The fact
even...
that you haven't been able to repeal the unification decree,
Yeah.
which means you haven't been able to fix the bureaucracy problem.
Yeah.
And you can't get the deputies without spending the power, so...
Yeah. Man, I can't... I'm making no political power. Literally zero. Like, I mean, like...
Not really much I could do to help.
They take...
Let's see.
Okay, I think I just don't work on... I mean, I've negative 163. I might as well do focuses. Well, I mean, no. Maybe I should... I will make one a day if I don't do a focus. That's fine. It's nothing that I'm really wanting that I can try and get right now. It's all boat stuff and plane stuff, which I can't make of either. Make either of. Alright, there we go. One a day. I'll have 0 political power in 163 days. Huh.
So the Pacific states are probably going to win.
It'd be cool if there was a way that some of the American factions could, you know, like have a white piece and then kind of gang up on another side if it gets... Well, I mean, they already do have that in one way, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Against the syndicalists.
The Pacific states and the unions, yeah, can do that. And after the Union State and the Federalists have been defeated, the Pacific states and the syndicates can call for a truce.
Okay. That's interesting.
I believe eventually it will fall apart, but they have the option to do it.
Hmm.
thought for sure it would have triggered by now.
Now, if they just wait until I have political power, I'll show them, I think.
Well, Egypt's about to send me some guns.
That's nice. Now, promise you won't
They're also
point them
going
at
to-
me.
They're also going to increase unrest in Mecca and Medina.
Oh boy. I mean, those states are actually fine for the moment. Medina's at very low and Mecca's at none.
Mosul looks like it's fixing itself.
Yeah, it's getting there. So would like Kardzali rebel as well if they're too high?
Ardzelli?
Yeah.
No, I don't think they would.
Okay. It's a
Because
weird.
the people there are mostly Turkish.
Gotcha. This is a weird mechanic.
Cyprus might attempt to take control of Thrace.
Cyprus? Okay.
Yeah, Cyprus can rebel.
No, they don't seem to want to right now.
They just usually don't really matter.
Yeah. I mean, it's Cyprus. Dia Kabir. Dia Kabir is at medium. I could click it down. Would they do it? Is that worth trying?
Kurdistan? Yeah.
That's part of Kurdistan? Sure. Yes.
I wouldn't really want Kurdistan rebelling on us, especially when we're at war with Iran.
Okay.
Well, you'll be at war with Iran if I can manipulate it right. I'll only be in the Egyptian one, so Iran can't just steamroll through me and cut you off more.
All right.
Of course, if Iraq revolts, that entire plan is worthless anyways, so... don't forget, Armenia will revolt too because, well, you know, whole genocide thing.
Armenia's doing okay. They're low and very low. Yeah, the Knights Hospital they do exist. They're like just a bunch of dudes that do charity. What do you have it paused for?
Yeah, like Armenia is not going to be a real problem. Just keep a couple guys around to steamroll them when they get uppity.
Yeah, Armenia should be fine.
Yeah. Armenia and Cyprus are the ones we don't really care about.
Okay, do we need it paused?
I don't have it paused.
I mean, you paused it.
Kurdistan isn't hard to defeat either, but we kind of don't want it happening while we're fighting Iran.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if they wear the cool armor. Coordinate with the Peninsula.
Oh, it's happening.
Alright.
Okay. Kuwin Heil. Angered by the constant dismissal of advice from his nobility, the exuberant spending of the Rashidi princes, and their overall disregard for the well-being of the non-Shamari citizens, a group of urban notables have forced a change in government in Heil. The current emir, Abdallah ibn Talai al-Rashid, left without the necessary allies to maintain his throne, has been forced to abdicate and has been replaced by a more controllable Muhammad ibn Talal. The Majlis, weakened by our emir in an attempt to reassert absolute power of the Rashidi family, will regain their prerogatives and will also receive full control over the expenditures of the state, including the personal expenses of the emir. To further reinforce the new empowered position this council will receive, a section of the Basran Palace has been cleared of its princely inhabitants and filled with new offices of the state. The coup, funded and largely led by the powerful Al-Suban family, may however be the first step towards a more conclusive set of reforms mirrored on those in the Mashriq or Kuwait. Others fear that it is a gamble by the Al-Sabans, who may wish to supplant the Rashidi dynasty as rulers of Heil. Will Heil ever know peace?
Well, I could also increase tax burden to get political power, which is something that I need. The independents already don't like me.
Okay, can I unpause?
Sure.
Or do you need time to think about that?
Go for it. I mean, in places like Siva,
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I have the political power, I can move it to other places where it's more useful.
Okay, I am now on my third emir.
Nice. Like, increasing tax gives me 25. Well, in some places, not all places. Hold on. Oh, I know. I should have been a bit more careful with where I was doing that, but... Oh, I think I might have messed it up.
Oh, the communists.
Yeah, I messed it up. Alright, I clicked the wrong one. Okay, Turkish national. Nope, I messed it up. I was being dumb. That was well. I wasn't thinking that it would be tied to the support for some reason. I'm dumb. Because like I was thinking.
Arslan?
Hold on. Okay, well, I mean, the conservatives now I have 0 for the conservatives, but I'm just trying to fix that now. I need 50 political power. Oh, jeez. I think I messed it up. And just how many times a country falls into disarray because a guy presses a button? Too many times, man. Too many times.
Steve plays this game.
Yeah.
I still love the accidental retreat of the Portuguese army.
Yeah. How long would it be until they would revolt if they have 0 support?
I don't think it's very long.
Like, would Ankara like revolt against me?
Ankara?
Yeah.
No.
Alright. Crisis averted. And now I have 7 conservatives that are on my side. But I think But I still have tanked my party support because I was doing it in some of the wrong spots. I should have been more careful to only do it in independents because independents don't like me already. But I had got a lot of support from Turkish nationalists. But, you know, now I don't. Although... this is weird. I don't know. Whatever. Screw it. I hate this.
I'm pretty sure that was the general opinion of most Turkish bureaucrats in the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah. Like, it's so obtuse. I do not enjoy messing with this, because it just feels like you're bashing your head against the wall. 1 step forward and 5 steps back. Sure, yeah, realistic. But you know what else is realistic? Not being like an eye in the sky looking over a country, being like, I'm pressing a button and that's gonna change the lives of millions of people. I don't even know what to do. Like, do I just wait for the cooldowns to come down or something? I don't know. Yeah, I'd trade Detroit for New York. That seems like a good one. I don't like enforce Ottomanish in the This all, ugh. Like, I don't want a realistic political simulator. I want a realistic political simulator. I jab forks into my eyes. You know what they say about politics and sausage?
They both sound like a better idea than they usually turn out to be.
Come on, just do war. War is better. War is better than politics. Come on, revolt already. I'm getting bored. I'm sitting here not doing my political focuses.
We move it back up to speed 3.
Can try. 16 there. I don't like how that I have to like, open every single province to see how many deputies I get for decreasing the tax burden.
It can get tedious.
It's almost as if it's not a fun mechanic. Alright, I'm at 189.
Okay. They're doing the Congress.
Alright. Ah.
What?
That's Idris returns to the throne. And political power for Cyrenica to declare war on me. Or just lose 10 Arab nationalists, which is fine, I've got 1,000,000. Cyrenica becomes independent and joins the Cairo Pact. I'll kill them anyway. It's only Cyrenica.
So if the war starts now, we could kill them earlier.
Yeah.
Well, you could because.
Well, I mean, that starts the war?
No. Egypt is the one who starts the war.
Okay. I'll say I'll bide our time. Because I don't want to lose 150 political power. Only Cyrenica. What was I doing? That's right. I now have 179. Alright, I'm just gonna unpause. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know what to... It's like the mechanic is so... weird. It's not really weird, just... Whatever. Huh. It just feels like it's not explained well. Because it's not explained at all. You just kind of gotta find it. They give you a novel of backstory, and they don't tell you how the game works.
When the war starts, I'll attempt to contain Yemen.
Okay.
No promises I'll be able to do it, though. Yemen's got a lot of mountains.
Oh, come on.
Are things going wrong?
Yeah, I lose my political power because one of my, like a Kurdish leader is talking to her around. Ugh. Yes, I need about a little bit more than 50 dudes now. Ball installing, how's it going, man?
John, what's your opinion on oil?
Oil, useful, but ultimately destructive to the environment.
Well, you're gonna get a bunch.
Cool. Yeah, I know. Like this is gonna be a war and a half, whenever it happens.
Which is gonna be any day now, as soon as they finish up that focus.
All right. Coordinate with Al Fatah.
No, Jerusalem.
Oh, Jerusalem. Jerusalem is a little, an international mandate. It's, yeah. It's a
It's as
kind of,
bad as an idea as it sounds.
yeah. I mean, if we just piss off everyone equally. Congress of Haifa opens its doors. As violence continues to escalate across the region, the various signatories of the Jerusalem Accords have agreed to meet in Haifa to decide the future of the MOJ. The Ottomans quickly demanded the immediate reunification with Constantinople, pointing out that the current chaos is fully to blame on those that took it away from the port in 1920. Egypt is openly calling for the attachment of Egypt, attachment to Egypt, claiming that the Arabs should be unified, and the Ottoman actions during the Weltkrieg are what led to its creation in the first place. The committee sent out to investigate the sustainability of continued operations has also returned with a negative answer, prescribing its reunification to the Ottoman Empire, but with an international panel ensuring the safety of the Jewish people. Let us hope that a solution can be found. It won't. Hey, political power from, Holiday.
If only you could have like 150 of those in a row.
Yeah, I know, right? Chaos with Kurdish tribal folks. That's fine. They're medium, whatever.
The fall of the Rashidi dynasty. Ever since the coup which installed Muhammad ibn Talal, the real power within Hil lay in the Al-Suban family, whom through their connections and influence in the Majlis controlled every aspect of life within Jabal Shammar. Nevertheless, it seems that the taste of power has now gone to their head as Saad al-Suban, former regent of our young Emir, has taken the opportunity to crown himself Emir of Hil and finally rid himself of the coalition with the Rashidis. The coalition with the Rashidis his family has entertained for over 5 decades. Whether this move will prove wise is not yet to be seen, however, as the continued weakness of the government in Hil has not gone unnoticed amongst the tribes of Najd. Furthermore, Constantinople has refused to acknowledge the Al-Suban scion as the new emir, reserving the title for a prince of the House of Rashid. Backed against a Turkish anvil to the north and a Najadi hammer to the south, the future will tell if the city of Hil can save itself from collapse. Long live the House of Al-Suban!
Alright, both the Arab
I am
and...
no longer Jabal Shammar.
Dang. Alright, the Turkish nationalists are totally on my... Turkish and Arab nationalists are all on my side. I could have timed that a little bit better, probably. But I don't know. Now I just need... I need 49, so I just need 30 more dudes, which means I can get that if I do... Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna pause. Here we go. Sublime declares independence. That's a small state.
The Kurds.
Yeah. That's a small state, and I've already got dudes in like 2 of the 3 tiles, so alright. Planes, where did I put my planes? They're over there. Alright. Alright, I already took their capital. And it's over. Good revolt, guys.
Yeah.
Word of advice, don't declare war when your entire country is already occupied by the military that you're trying to fight. Like, and like, if the foreign military is in your capital and you're not, that's an issue, my guy.
Only a small one.
I don't even have the mechanic for that province anymore. It's gone. Oh. Oh, maybe that's because that didn't happen. Alright, MOJ has been... Take all states, end turn, done. Alright, the International Council abolishes the MOJ. In response to issues in Palestine, the signatories of the Jerusalem Accords have voted in favor of its abolition and the reintegration into the Ottoman Empire. Proposals to return the Sinai to Egypt were vetoed by our representatives to great annoyance of both Cairo and the other powers, which ultimately conceded to putting it under joint control by both nations, something those two have already denounced. Yeah, free guns, exactly. Whether or not this solves the Palestine issue remains to be seen, but what is for certain is that conflict between the Ottomans and Egypt is only starting. A wise decision. International Council votes. Exactly. Sure, more stability, hooray.
Surprised we haven't seen any movement from Iran. Usually they jump the gun on this.
Yeah. They're doing an oil exploitation plan right now, so it doesn't sound that bad. Alright, I just need 24 more points. How can I get 24 more points? Rising dissent in Iraqi Kurdistan. Didn't we just fight a war over this? With a general feeling of nearing war in the air, we already did that.
But first you don't succeed.
Yeah, okay, so now it's back to very high unrest. Oh no, I need more than 249, so I need 250, so I need 25 dudes. Okay. What's up, Wise and Chosen?
In case you were wondering, this is the last Emir I know of
Okay.
So I don't think there's going to be any more coups.
Cool. Oh, well, here we go. Egypt invades Sinai. In response to our actions in Palestine, the Egyptian army has invaded the Sinai Peninsula, hoping to pressure us into returning it to them. With Egyptian aims clearly greater than just a little strip of desert, it may be wiser, however, to make an example out of them and put them down before our nation starts sensing weakness. Alright. Okay. War were declared. So, is this...
This is the war.
Alright, so is Damascus gonna rebel immediately or something?
It should happen really soon.
Okay.
So, keep enough people to take Damascus and move everyone else to intercept Egypt.
Persia declares war. Iran breaks the
There we
1913 Shat al-Arab Protocols. Established in 1913 after almost 100 years of negotiations, the Shat al-Arab Protocols were the crowning achievement of the resolution that ended the Iranian-Ottoman border conflicts. With this last guarantee of Iranian neutrality in the East gone, it is without a doubt now clear that Iran will entertain its ambitions to strike on Iraq. Fighting between the two great powers commenced in the early hours as an air bombardment of Fao fortress in the Shat al-Arab was followed by small incursions of Iranian cavalry regiments in Suleimania. War it is then. Alright. I'm just gonna start advancing because they don't even have their entire border covered. Alright. On pause.
It's not giving me the option to join yet, so...
Yeah, I didn't think it would. There, hold on. Arab nationalism and Turkish imperialism have finally found themselves at odds as talks over the Sinai Peninsula issue have collapsed after Egypt marched. What about the oil? Our finest hour. The moment we feared for years has finally arrived. Our numerous enemies have bonded together and sallied forth in an effort to liberate the Middle East from our so-called oppression. We will, however, not go gently into that dark night. Good night. And will throw everything we have at the invaders to preserve the House of Ottoman and the empire that may last 1,000 years. To arms! Surrender limit higher. That's more decisions. What decisions are those? Or will they give me like, come on, man. I'm a wartime president. Help me out here. Give me some more cabinet support.
Anything to start the Istanbul Pact, I would click that.
Alright, hold on. Faction. I got a decision to do it?
there one or no?
Arab nationalist, Turkish nationalist, independence, Middle Eastern campaign. No. Nothing.
Okay, then I think we need to wait for Azerbaijan.
All right. I mean, the way that the focus tree is saying that I form it is by already having defeated Egypt and Persia.
No, it can form. It forms during the war. I just
Okay.
trying to remember how you do it.
Egypt is pushing slightly. And Armenia has declared war. Jerks. I'd say, what did I ever do to you? But,
You have people on that border with Egypt?
no, because because they're guarding against. All right, I'll take like half of these dudes.
That's what I said to do. Leave only enough people to invade Damascus and move everyone else to that border.
Okay, I was distracted by stuff. Yemen declares independence. He'll be punished. Syria, there we go. Uprising in Damascus. Finest hour, British politician, Churchill, alternate history. Cool. Alright, well, Damascus won't be that hard to take here. Egypt is pushing against me, though.
This is Yemen.
Yemen, blah, blah. Alright, we're about to take Damascus, it looks like. Successful raid into Beirut. Great. Can't I just ask for special wartime powers? Oh, here. Thanks for the volunteer, my guy.
Well, that's the only way I can help right now.
Yeah. That's fine. I mean, I've got way more dudes in Iran, so hopefully taking Tehran will be mostly enough to finish them off.
I'm marching pretty far. They're stubborn. I'm pissed at Azerbaijan. They should have agreed to help by now.
Ugh. Alright, well, Syria has been dealt with. Alright, sending more dudes down to that front. Hopefully they'll be able to hold a lot better now. Republic. More like Depublic. Got him.
Pushing really well into the south of Iran.
Yeah, I know. They just do not have enough troops. So, I mean, I'm just moving. What's this? Eretz Israel Defense Force. Let's see, sure, whatever, increase unrest. Give me the troops. Why are these dudes just sitting here and not being part of... What? We've got like 4 dudes that are just sitting here not doing anything.
Lazy?
What?
Because they're lazy?
Maybe. Did I pause? Did you pause?
Nope. I assume you paused to
Oh,
move around
I don't
troops.
know. I don't... Maybe I did. I don't know.
I can't believe this. The one time Azerbaijan isn't helpful.
Of course.
I mean, you don't need them, but I do.
Cool. Alright, for the moment, I am holding in Lebanon. Got 2 dudes surrounded up there. Alright, well, we're actually getting Armenia. They're doing okay. Alright. Those dudes are surrounded.
Okay, so they occupy Huzzahs. I'm hoping that will make it revolt.
Hmm. Alright, we're not far from just taking Yerevan.
You got some nice encirclements going in Iran.
Yeah. The one at the bottom is actually gonna close. If I could maneuver this a little bit better, I could actually have it be a real encirclement. Troops? Huh. Troops from Yemen. What if? Actually, no, hold on. This might be crazy. Am I... How many dudes do you think Yemen had? I don't know where they...
about 5. What are you trying to do?
I don't know where they went. Like, they were...
They retreated to Yemen because now they stand nothing more to gain. They've
Gotcha.
transferred the territory over to Egypt. They're saying it's Egypt's problem.
Alright. If they were smart, they'd try and...
If Huzzahs revolts, I have a way to backdoor myself into this. If they don't, I'm still at the mercy of Azerbaijan, who I can't believe isn't getting involved in this. I've never seen them sit this out. Especially this one. It's clear you're gonna win in Persia.
An island of Atacala is an oddity in that it remained an enclave of the Ottoman Empire long after it got pushed away from the Danube frontier. An oddity that seemingly got undone after the Austrian occupation of the island. But de jure, it still was legally a domain of the Sultan. However, with the outbreak of hostilities in the Middle East and the Ottomans being preoccupied with the conflict there, and the Austrians' withdrawal of troops post-Black Monday, the island stood alone, an Ottoman possession in the middle of the Danube, a relic of ages past. A relic which Romania saw as far more useful in its hands than outside them. Rapidly establishing control over the small islet, Romanian authorities proclaimed the island as officially part of Romania, however, that the local populace's rights shall be respected. It remains to be seen how Ottoman authorities will react to the transgression. I react by saying, damn you, and losing 5 political power. Let's go to grab Tabriz and encircle these guys here. Because I'm gonna get encircled. Actually, better idea. Alright, I got these 2 divisions fully encircled. Those dudes are dealt with. There's like a dude up there. I'm about to take Tehran. Capital's moved to right there, which I can take easily enough. How close are they capitulating? Pretty more than halfway. Oh, this division might die. If I do not do this. Alright, just hold on for a little longer. Not too far from taking Yerevan. We've got 1 division. It's like 77 towards taking that. We're holding well in the west.
So you waiting?
Yeah?
Are you like waiting for attrition to kick in down there in Kermanshaw?
Yeah. Like, I can't actually push in there, and they're just staying firm. Yeah, it'll be slow, but we're getting there.
Yeah, it's looking like you're not going to need my help at all.
Maybe not.
And I'm incredibly disappointed.
Yeah.
Because I actually wanted to take part in this.
I'm about to take their second capital. Their, Alright, I guess I'll just take all the states in... Do I want to take the states from Armenia? What do I want to do with Armenia?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't puppet in peace decisions. You can only take states.
Oh, that's right. And you do, like, the releasing
you
later
through
if you
decisions.
want.
Yeah.
Right. Alright, their last capital is all the way over there. I'm just gonna make a beeline for it, because they have no troops in there in the east.
Probably still gonna have to grab some more cities besides just that one.
Maybe.
Keep in mind, Tabriz is 8 points and you don't have it yet.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Could just go ahead and grab that right now, actually. I'm just gonna deploy a bunch of these dudes. They're green, but whatever. I just need bodies. Got a decent bit of political power. Maybe I should go ahead and do some of these. Forts in Adrianople? That doesn't matter. Let's do this one. Repeal National Protection Law. Alright, thank you for sending your dude down there. He is about to fall.
I'll make it in a day if he can hold.
3. You may barely squeak in there. Nope. Damn it.
I wasn't able to do it.
If these guys would just let up on the... These guys could let up on the attack. I might be able to encircle these dudes. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Might be able to be sneaky here.
That would be a major blow to Egypt. That's 6 divisions.
Yeah. I think we might be able to do it.
So how's it going in Iran?
Pretty okay. That guy is encircled, but, you know, I'm just gonna...
Maybe march to Ashgabat.
Which one's that?
Their northernmost city in the west.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, east. And then hit their port, Bandar Abbas.
Yeah, I've already got a guy going down there. And another one going to Kerman.
Okay.
Oh, the capital is now that encircled province
like,
down there.
Looks like Yemen showed up to bail them out.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky for them. Although... some bloody fighting over here. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. They may reinforce that one blob, so they may get those 6 and then the 4 from Yemen.
Oh, would be beautiful.
If we... That little bit... Might be a little tight, though. We'll see. I know, okay. Those 2 dudes are just staying there, sadly. I'm gonna move you.
Oh, you can sneak. You still might be able to encircle them if you go that way.
Yeah, I could, but then my dude would be completely out of position. Oh, hold on, hold on. Once all those dudes get there.
Oh. I mean, they're already taking attrition because they've jammed so many people in there.
Yeah. I'm might lose that one dude into Grizz. How close is Iran to capitulating? Pretty close. Definitely taking this capital would do it.
John, it's open.
Okay. Thank you. Got a day and 10 hours. Alright, we are...
I will join in the attack there too, so we can keep them pinned.
Yeah, their organization is already about half already. Okay. Fight to take that last capital of Persia. It's going well.
Last chance to join Azerbaijan. Oh man, 12 people encircled.
Yeah. Oh, we are winning this fight now. Barely. I'm gonna send another dude to go help, if I could. Alright, I'm very close to taking this last capital of Iran. Hold on, I got a thing. Free trade, construction cost stuff, sure. Sounds good. $93. I've taken like almost all their cities in the east. We got Kerman. Oh wow, this is going very well over there. I'm gonna send another dude to help defend there.
So when the war in Iran ends, that you've got there, maybe you should try and sneak them into Alexandria through a naval battle or a naval invasion.
Yeah, that could work.
Get to unpause or...
Oh, sorry, yeah. Alright, we 97, 98, 99. With the capital, now it's Rashid, which I am marching towards already. And I got him. Liberate Kurdistan.
Yeah, just take everything.
Yeah, take all states. Not feeling so good now, are you, Iran? This is that walrus man's dream. Alright, I am...
Yeah, eventually you'll get
Bolton.
you'll get a decision to re-release them.
Yeah. Not Michael Bolton, the other Bolton.
John Bolton?
Yeah. I think Iran gave me 1 military factory. Okay, I'm sending dudes down there so they can... I mean, just to make sure that we can hold this. Like, if we could just get these 12 divisions, that'd be huge.
Yep.
If we just... And we can solidify this. Like, the dudes that were fighting in Persia were my best guys. Like, actual good divisions. The rest of these dudes are pretty... They're like... 12 combat with horses. 12 combat with mountaineers. 12... What was that?
Think you'll be able to sneak any of them into Alexandria, or
Eventually. I wanna...
did they take out your navy?
No, my navy's fine, actually. Like, I've got naval dominance of the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean, so I'm okay for now.
Awesome. Yeah, keep an eye out for that decision.
Yeah.
Because most of that Iranian land isn't useful to you.
Yeah.
We knocked out one of them.
Yeah. Very good. Alright, one of the divisions died. Make that another. Down to 10.
I just saw it.
I could probably capitulate Yemen once I surround these guys. Once these dudes that are surrounded are dead. Down to 9.
Yeah, I'm only seeing one troop in Yemen, but I don't have full view of them, so...
Okay. Like, I could hold... My best dudes could absolutely hold this front on their own. Like, everyone else, I'll probably send down to get rid of Yemen.
And once again, my dreams of uniting Arabia die because of incredibly bad luck.
Yeah.
They're trying to break the encirclement.
We're doing fine down there. We've only got 6 dudes left there now. In fact, you guys can help push. Alright, here comes the cavalry. Not literal cavalry, but like dudes.
And they broke it.
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, whatever. We killed most of their guys. They only have like 3 divisions left down there now. I didn't even notice that it was coming from the bottom. But whatever. That's pretty good. You think you want to wrap it up here soon? It's like 1 a.m.
Sure.
Alright, anything else you want to do before we call it?
Oh, I'm moving my guy down there into that open spot.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea to try and circle these guys again. Oh man, I can even push.
I should be able to do it as long... Yeah, because that other dude's retreating, so... Just keep him pinned long enough for me to make the move, and I'll get him encircled.
Yeah, I'm sending a horse to come help. Just in case. My dude might get there sooner. Yeah, he will. Oh, maybe the same time. Either way, good stuff. And we can just push. I'll be able to take Jerusalem back pretty easily. Alright, you keep moving down there. And got him. Hey. And after this, I'm gonna send a horsey to go grab up Yemen, if I can. In fact, I'll just send him right now. Because we've got this dude.
I'll walk down along the coast.
Adrianople decreases unrest. Very good. And I just need 19 more support. If I had political power, I could actually do it. Oh no, I need repeal unification decree. I hate that. I need some independence to, like, the only thing I need independence. But I can't actually make them. I think it's actually impossible at this point. That's annoying. Unless there's an event. I've already loosened the tax burden on everyone that I think I can. 7 more Turkish nationalists. 2 Turkish. 2 Turkish. 13 Turkish. I think they actually made it so that it's impossible to do anymore. If you do it poorly enough. Because I can't raise centralization because I'm not an autocrat or whatever.
Looks like Arslan's your only option then.
Or just don't do anything ever. I mean, if I just get an event that will give me 20 dudes, I'd be able to do it. Maybe we might have run out of events, though. Like, that's so annoying. Okay, I could invite Azerbaijan to the Istanbul Pact if I...
Do it.
More than 40% surrender progress. So that's, not yet. Eventually. Like, how are you ever supposed to... I don't know. It just feels busted. Oh, they do have dudes down here.
That was something I wasn't expecting to see.
What?
Haiti beat the Dominican Republic in a war.
Yeah.
Haiti and the Dominican Republic were in a war.
Yeah. If I play this right, I might be able to encircle their whole front. You pause? Hello?
No, I didn't pause.
Okay. Taking out Yemen won't be quite as easy. Oh, it's happening. This entire front's getting encircled. Also, yeah, I should do some focuses, shouldn't I? Whatever focuses I can do. Aviation stuff. Heading towards Suez. Here we go. It's happening.
Oh my god.
That's their entire front. That's probably 90% of the Egyptian military. All bogged down. We're even gonna encircle the dude in the Sinai. I'm gonna send one dude just to go hang out in Cairo.
Just start having people march throughout Egypt and you'll win the war. Because I don't
Yeah.
think they have people defending their home front.
Going to Cairo, going to Alexandria. Alright, that's one down there. Oh, yes. You just finish that guy off. Looking pretty good. No, we might even be able to just finish this war.
Yep.
Oops, something's like, oh. Oh, there are a couple dudes around Egypt. Might not be quite that easy.
Enough surrender progress for you to invite Azerbaijan?
No, I just looked. Alright, well, all these dudes about to get encircled, and they are dying, and that's the front.
troops march into Alexandria.
Yeah. Let's actually halt the advance on the northern guy in Arabia, so that we can encircle him. Because I'm pushing pretty well into Mecca. When we take Alexandria, maybe I'll be able to invite Azerbaijan. Hopefully.
That'd be nice.
Oh no, apparently one of the following must be true. More than 40% surrender progress, does not control Baghdad, does not control Basra. So
Alexandria's taken.
maybe that's 40% of me. Like, I need to be doing badly enough that I can call them in. As we find ourselves surrounded on all sides, the time has come to reevaluate past treaties and friendships. Will the nation of Azerbaijan stand with the Caliph of all Islam, or will they watch as the vultures rip the sacred lands of the Levant from our corpse? Yeah, that's sounding like it's a desperate thing.
Do you still have? Is there still the option to offer peace in this game?
I don't know. Like, I mean, there's always the option, but it's, like, never possible. It's, like, offer peace, -20. Need one reason more positive than negative to accept peace. Currently have -20. No, sucks to suck.
I'm thinking maybe I just
Egypt.
maybe I just declare war on you and you give me the huzzahs that way.
Ugh. Alright, does not seem to wanna... Mecca does not seem to want to fall. Chad, no! Such a Chad.
It's free.
What is...
Mecca, march
Oh,
south.
yep, they are. I've got my attack plan going. And they're about to be encircled in Egypt. They're very close
Yeah,
to
the AI
capitulating.
did themselves no favors in this run.
Yeah. Honestly, taking Mecca may even do it. Maybe. Probably not.
No, because it's not a core.
Oh, that's right. It is mine. Not a core to it. Yeah. They are encircled now.
I think you're gonna need to march down to Ashwan.
Yeah, I'm sending a guy down there.
You're gonna need to hit Luxor as well.
Yeah, he's going for that first.
Looks like you'll be able to march into Cyrenaica pretty much unopposed.
Yep. If we even, might not even need to get that far. War in India. There we go. Yeah. Take it all. Take it all. Love to see it. Love to see it. Oh. Still technically a war with Yemen. And Cyrenaica.
Cyrenaica.
Yeah. That's funny. That's funny. Alright. I think that's a good enough place to leave this off. Next time we can finish off the scraps. Looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. If there was a way
You
that
can make the faction invite me, and then I can get Yemen.
If I can make the faction.
Yeah. Yeah, you can make the faction.
How do I
should have the focus.
focus? Oh, that's right. Yeah. I won't finish them off until then. Alright. Yeah, united against imperialism. Alright, I am working on I'm halfway to this now. Alright, I'll just have everybody stop.
Yeah.
Alright. Cool. Yeah, I'll make the focus and I'll get you in here. Alright, so yeah, that'll be it for this time. Probably doing this again next week. Maybe I don't know how well Saturdays will be going forward. I don't know. We'll see. Figure it out. So until next time, thank you guys very much for joining me. Rock over London, rock on Chicago. I am Rock Omega, and have a nice day. Later.